And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good start to the week. I hope you are energized for what is left of it. My week has started well. Nothing really worth mentioning. I was tired yesterday. Um, I am not what you would call wise. If I were wise, I would get more sleep on the weekends. I actually get less sleep on the weekend. Um, so that my Mondays tend to be not rough, but a little like I'm tired. I yawn a lot. I still get the work done. I still get the writing done. But yeah, so there was that yesterday. Um, Finished my writing early, so I took in I ended my day earlier, rested, then went on with the rest of my evening. Uh yeah, we're getting a heat wave today. 37, I think, is the actual temperature. I think almost 50 is what it's going to feel like. Um yeah, 37 degrees Celsius is going to be the high. I don't know if it says what it's going to feel like. Well, thank you. Yeah, no, the website I use doesn't tell me what it's going to feel like. But yeah, it's going to be windy though. That's not bad. Well, that's not bad. If there was no AC in the house, that would open the windows, make that a little tolerable in places. But yeah, so we moved plants. We have them in containers and move them into the shade of a tree so that they don't get burned too hard. But yeah, that was basically it for yesterday. This morning, being Tuesday, it is read and corrects. For those who are new to that, these are when I read chapters from my stories and correct them as I go. It is something I record. So while I am doing this, I will ignore the chat. Anything said during that time will be addressed when I am done. And I will get this started by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 47 of Mind Your Step. The link says Paw Impact. Okay, that's right there. The link says Pause Impact on the shield. All right, let's rephrase that. Let's start it with tips. Um, Tibbs barely raised the shield in time to take the impact, and it sent him flying into the wall. So I've got two ends, which sent him flying into the wall, and he struggled to get to his feet from the cumulative impact. From the cumulative impact of the lynx's attack. This run was over. All he had to do was get around the boss to reach the room's exit without the use of an element. The bear-sized lynx leaped, and he threw himself aside, rolled to his feet, and ran. With a curse, he threw himself back before the boss landed where he'd been headed. Tibbs's dodging was sloppy, adding cuts to his armor, but he managed to keep the paw from landing on him, so suffered little from force as he looked for an opening. The lynx didn't make it easy. No matter what Tibbs tried to get it to move away from the entrance, it returned to blocking it. Did you teach it tactics? He asked, panting. No, Karliak answered. This comes from remaking it based on the template from just before it dies or chases the runners off. It was Simtor's idea after you talked of its animal instinct. This fainted. Why not use it from? No, why not use the one from when it melts away? The link fell for it. Okay, that would go here. The lynx fell for it, but was fast enough in adjusting. Tibbs couldn't reach the exit. It didn't like that. He dodged a paw slashing as he stepped back, and it too retreated towards the exit. When I remade it in the waiting room, instead of sitting as it should, it curled up as far from the door as and let out pitiful sounds. I replaced it with a base template so the runners had a boss to fight. Then we worked on figuring out what happened. We still don't know why it does that, but it's the only template that does. So I settled on using the one from just before that. He rolled with this impact, hurrying up and running under the leap, cutting its stomach, but nowhere near deeply enough to matter. It landed without hitting him, but was back between him and the exit. The template, being from before it died, had to mean it couldn't learn from how Tibbs had done it. Just from everything leading up to that moment, without knowing its conclusion, would it bother avoiding getting into that situation again? If he wasn't already so tired and injured, he'd test the theory. He needed to leave, and in his condition, that meant going around, not through it. He let it force him back with swipe that almost hit. Then, when it crouched, its rear end jiggling, Tibbs prepared himself. It was in the air, and he ran ahead instead of throwing himself out of the way. It twisted, even if he didn't raise his sword, and it caused the paw that hit to send him towards, if not directly, at the exit. If not directly at the exit. Standing felt like it took so long it should have raked his back, but a look over his shoulder as he ran I don't need to say for the exit. Showed it still had ground to cover. He made it out and nearly stumbled, trying to stop as he stared as the lynx kept running. With a curse, he considered if he could take it up. I don't like that. I've got. If he could get moving again and force it to fall in the vine room, but before he moved, it came to a stop at the threshold, hissing and spitting, clawing gouges in the floor as it was kept from doing what it wanted. He slumped against the wall. I thought it was going to chase me all the way outside. I'm not letting it. Creatures can chase runners deeper in, but runners have to be allowed to leave if they decide they've had enough. The lynx foamed at the mouth. Would it remember this? No. I'll use a template from when You ran for the exit. When you ran for the exit, he studied it. Even then, it would hate him. Be careful if you do this with your other creatures. A boss that learns is good, but if they all do that, you might end up in a situation where they're too crafty for Omegas. I'll keep that in mind. And about it curling up in that room, dying is horrible. It's not something anyone or anything should remember. It sounds like you experienced it. I've had to get as close to it without actually dying for my audience. They aren't memories I enjoy. The lynx kept clawing at the floor, spitting and foaming. Its gaze promised Tibbs pain the next time they met. Could he manage that fight without an element? No lone Omegas, no lone Omega would. Even with a team, it was doubtful. Carliac might have to make more alteration to it now that it learned. He stepped to his side. He stepped to his side of the threshold, and its hissing grew more intense. I'll see you next time, he told it, then walked away. Does it have to be here? Coral asked, looking uncomfortable. This is where the audience for the runners who want Earth take place. But why here? He shuddered, looking at where Tibbs pointed. There's dirt everywhere. He crouched and placed a hand on the ground. Some places are special to the elements. This was much fainter than what his were, but as with the hollow tree, there was something there. There was something there. You've heard songs about adventurers seeking places special to their elements, about going to them to perform special magics. I don't know if that part's true. Probably not. But they're referring to places like this. Coral reluctantly placed his hand next to Tibbs. I don't feel anything. You might not be strong enough yet. How did you find it? He asked, suspicion in his voice. I knew to sense for it, he smiled. And I'm much stronger than you. He stood. Now you have to do this, so Hector can have his audience. Why can't you do it? The fighter asked, tone borderline pleading. I don't want to be the reason he... Tibbs stifled a sigh. Hector, did Coral force you to come? What? The man looked surprised to be included. No, I told you I wanted Earth for my element. Then you and him got me this morning, and we came here. He looked at the fighter. What if he doesn't come back? Hector, did he explain the risks? Yes. He looked from one to the other. I know I might not be accepted, then that if that happens, I die. But why does it have to be Coral if he isn't comfortable with it? Because someone needs to do this when I'm gone, if runners will have a chance of surviving. He looked at the fighter. If you want to focus on why it's your fault people die, focus on that part. Come on, Hector said. That's not fair to him, Tyrone. He rounded on the men. When was being fair promised to any of you? You're runners. Unfair is the thing you've been promised. The dungeon isn't going to be fair. The elements aren't going to be fair. The guild, if it ever finds out about this dungeon and you, will be the opposite of fair. If you want fair, walk away from the dungeon. Build yourself a simple life and enjoy it. He motioned to the ground at their feet. This will not make anything fairer. I get it, Cole whispered, and essence flowed into the ground. But I hate it. It opened up more the way a child pushed dirt out of the way. More the way, more as if a child pushed dirt out of the way than how a man dug. But it went as deep as it needed to, and Nectar slid in. Tibbs looked at Coral. Tell him. He glanced back. Hector, this isn't going to be easy. It's going to be fucking hard and painful. He took a breath. But it's worth it. When you're there, keep your cool. Earth doesn't have to give you anything. So don't give it a reason not to. Tibbs nodded, and the ground closed over Hector. Now what? Coral demanded. Now you keep your attention on him and we wait. I don't sense anything. He doesn't have his element yet. How long will this take? Not that long. Tibbs looked up. The sun was nowhere near zenith. If he isn't back when the sun set, he didn't get his element. How long was I gone? He shrugged. I didn't keep track. I used the time to practice. Is that what I should do? Unless you prefer sitting and just waiting. Unless you prefer sitting and just waiting until you know if he made it. With a snarl, he stepped away, gathering essence. Something's happening, Carl said, looking where he'd buried Ector. Tibbs had sensed the man's earth-tinted essence for close to 100 heartbeats. Don't, he ordered as earth essence pushed into the ground. I have to help him. He has his element. He can deal with this. The man rounded on Tibbs. What if he can't? He has his element. What if he's being buried is what kills him? Is that part of doing how is that part of doing things? He closed his mouth on the reflexive it's how it's done. Carl was right. There probably was nothing to be gained by letting the runner pull himself out, but it was irrelevant now. Carl stepped back, staring at the ground. Hector moved, essence flowing over his hand, softening the ground so he could reach up, then hardening it into something to grasp, and he pulled. The motions were calm and measured. When the hand appeared out of the ground, Carl grabbed it, pulling the man out the rest of the way. Hector gasped for air. I'm never doing that again. He burst out laughing, hugging the other man. Tibbs watched Leon heal. The complexity of the etching was beyond anything a runner with barely months of his element should be able to manage. It was complex enough Tibbs doubted he could recreate it, especially since Leon couldn't remake it. The cleric didn't know how he made the etchings. He couldn't even sense its complexity. Tibbs hadn't felt like essence essence work was magic in a long time. He understood too much of it. But this was amazing. The woman had broken her foot working the field when a hidden stone had caused her to fall badly. The etching moved through her leg, soaking in the fever essence there, pulling at earth, water, purity, air, and all the other elements present, he expected. She looked away, but Tibbs couldn't. This was fascinating. The etching did something to the fever essence, caused it to flow in a way that gave him an uncomfortable shiver, but aligned to the other essences. When it returned to the solid state fever essence had in that part of the body, then it returned to the solid state fever had in that part of the body. Leon stood and offered her his hand with his help. Okay. She took it and stood. She took it, stood, and placed weight on the previously injured foot. She took a step, joy lighting up her face. She hugged Leon, and kissed him. He kissed her back, and Tibbs laughed. With most people, he'd figured the sex would be payment for the healing. But everyone in the town knew Leon liked sex, and they'd gotten over what had happened when he became a cleric, so wanted to enjoy that with him. Learn anything new? Heather asked, falling into step with him when he reached the dining room. Rupert jumped from her shoulder to his. It was different from when he healed the broken bone. A broken bone, she opened the door and they exited the tavern. That was an arm, right? Lance, he didn't block properly? That would be different. Not the way I do it. But you said you don't really know how to do it. It's why you're watching Leon. Yes, but why is Leon etching different each time he heals a broken bone, when mine are the same and still work? His don't cause pain, for one thing. He nodded and pulled the papers from the pouch, relying on Heather and his sense to navigate the street. While he nodded and pulled the papers from his pouch, relying on Heather and his sense to navigate the street while looking. While looking for one that resembled Leon's etching. None of them were complete. As Even drawing them as Leon brought them into being, he wasn't fast enough to note everything. And what made this more frustrating was that there were no point of commonality between what he had put down between of the two etchings. They were they weren't alteration to account for something the cleric instinctively sensed. They were completely different. Have you considered? I can't answer. He said, pulling a different diagram from the stack if you don't finish the phrase. Maybe you can't learn what he does. Maybe it's a cleric thing and no one else can manage it. Different mindset and all that. He nodded, studying the lines and arcanus. That's possible, but doesn't mean I shouldn't try. Do any of those work? If you're asking if those are etchings, yes, they are. I can make them and will them to remain. If you're asking, do they work? Or will they heal? Unless you're volunteering, I'll never know. They're incomplete, so it's dangerous to use them on someone. There are bandits out there I'm sure deserve whatever those would do. He shook his head. I'm not that cruel. Really? She replied in an amused tone, and he glared. I saw you pissed, remember? You can be that cruel. He looked away. I don't want to be. What's next? He put the papers away, trying, again, to convince Darna she needs to supervise the audience for those who want her element. Now that Raoul also has metal, she can practice sensing it. Any plan for those who don't have someone to practice on? Just hope the others will have learned enough by the time we leave, they'll be able to explain how to do it. Any idea when that'll happen? Are you in a hurry? No, but I also don't plan on spending my entire life here. You promised me a Force King, remember? I want to put a team together for a run. Unless you feel you still have something to learn from your runs, we can leave after that. Who do you have in mind for it? He shrugged. I'll just take whoever doesn't have a team. I'll just look for whoever doesn't have a team and ask if they want to join. And that concludes team and ask if they want to join. And that concludes chapter 47 of Mind Your Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Royal Road. Too many places. And it's about a month ahead of that on my Patreon. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support, no, that's it. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Good morning, Angel. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Oh, right. I need to do this first. You're good. Woke up with cramps on your right side. Oh, that is not good. Really? Okay. How is there no PDF? It's right here. What? How is there no PDF of 50? Oh. Okay, must have glitched. You still have it occasionally? Oh, like like is that something you've had for something that happens for a long time, or you're still having it today? It comes and goes. today. Um, well, when you see your doctor next, you should probably mention that. Teeth becomes 19. Goes here. Um, Sorry. What happened in relation to what? I'm doing too many things at once. I do not have what I don't know what this is referring to. Alrighty. I am going to start another chapter by confirming microphone is on, hydrating, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and I, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 48 of Mind Your Step. Tibbs' team ended up being different from what he expected. He'd expected to take a mix of runners that they have essence or not, but to be the only one with experience in essence work. It would make the team equivalent to an early Upsilon 1 since he wouldn't use his essence. Instead, Heather sat at their table along with Leon. Before he objected, Leon pointed out that there were no rules about runners being on two teams, and that Leon had done a run with him and Heather before, and he'd already explained all this to Rachel when she complained. It meant he had a proper cleric, a fighter, and he'd be the rogue. The Roger? He'd be the rogue. He added an archer in Marcus, the latest to have an audience, metal, and a second fighter in Nendita, who had air as her element. Although, with how she carried paper and charcoal and a charcoal stick and wrote everything she tried with her element down, he figured she'd become a sorcerer if she found the opportunity. Not that he knew how that could happen with outside the guild. Rupert stayed behind, telling Tibbs that if he couldn't talk with strangers around, he had no interest in watching the run. Why don't you use magic? Why won't you use magic? Marcus asked once Tibbs had explained their role as the dungeon came into sight. Because this is about being a team, not a runner making the first floor easy. I'm an Omega runner. I grew up stealing on the street, and I've joined your team, hoping it will give me a way out. But you're our leader, Nandita stated. No, Heather replied. I wouldn't follow someone I don't know. She grinned. I certainly wouldn't take a thief's order. Unless you want the job, Leon, I'll be the leader. He's going to tell us to strip, Tibbs said. Leon smirked. I tell the others, but not you. I know how you feel. I'd rather be the mindless fighter this time. Cleric, as Tyrone said, she corrected. You're in charge of making sure we survive. That means you don't throw yourself in the fight the way Tyrone, and with me, Tyrone, and Andita. I tell you to stay out entirely, since clerics aren't supposed to fight, but I've seen how you are. Just make sure you aren't the one in need of rescuing. Got it. They entered without Carliac commenting, and she motioned Tibbs forward. Get us through the first room, Tyrone. He studied the pavers. What they should do is have Heather check them as the heaviest of them. But she was the team leader. The first one he tested broke before he had much of his weight on it. The next to it supported him, but would it support the others? Leanne, almost certainly. He was slightly taller, but thinner. Andita, maybe. Marcus and Heather did not without further testing. Take my hand, he told Heather, who did. He jumped in place. It should hold everyone. Should? Marcus asked. I don't have an element, so this is the best I can do. I suggest you all step carefully, though. He slowly led them through the room, more than once a paver breaking when he jumped and Heather holding him, the only thing keeping him from falling on the spears at the bottom. No one mentioned the cash during that time, so he didn't bring it up. Heather guided them through the beam room while they moved and placed the beams as she indicated. There, too, no one mentioned the cash. The fight did cause much problem. They were all experienced with the dungeon's creatures, and while Marcus couldn't make arrows, he'd worked out how to make the arrowheads sharper. Nandita used her air defensively, a shield to put creatures off balance for her or someone else to deal with. Marcus collected the arrows the creatures dropped. Tip crouched at the entrance of the next room and considered if maintaining his role as inexperienced Omega rogue was worth the aggravation fighting the 6 deer would bring. It wasn't. He took a wedge from the bag he'd fill as they walked and slipped it between pavers. What is that going to do? Leon asked, crouching next to him. Disarming the trap. He'd filled his bag to bursting because he had to place enough to account for Heather. Aren't you supposed to use your picks and pry bars for that? You know, the way a rogue does? Tip smiled. Then in the end, so it would turn. Who says how a rogue works? We're all about breaking the rules, and this room is about crossing without activating the triggers, not about the specific way it should be done. It should be done. But if this is your first run with us, how would you? He glowed at Glaric. That wasn't me saying I'd forget everything I learned. It was a story for why I won't use my element. But, he continued, building more of the story, I'm replacing your previous rogue, and there are others in town I'll have asked how they did it, and all the ways that failed. With that, I'd have decided to try this. He tripled the number of wedges, then had others step on the first, until he was confident at least one paver. Then Heather stepped first until he was confident at least one paver should have sunk. The crossing was slow but uneventful. Maybe you need to change this, Simtor said. No, Koliak replied. This is the first floor. If they work out how to cross it easily, they're in better shape to deal with the second one. He chuckled. And they are going to need it. Tibbs didn't put it past the dungeon to have added that to unnerve him. Heather had to take the lead in the vine room as the heaviest of them. The colored fox's room was almost too easy. Nandita lifted them in the order the door indicated and Marcus shut them. All the others had to do was keep the rest from rushing the pair. With them dead, the door rumbled up and the bear-sized lynx stepped out, lazily looking them over until its gaze fell on Tibbs. It hissed, arching its back, the fur fluffing out. Well, that's different, Marcus said. Scatter! Tibbs ordered as the boss ran at him. He met it halfway, jumping out of the way and slashing, then rolling to his feet as it faced him. What's going on, Tyrone? Heather asked, running at it, slashing, then flying back from the lynx's swipe with what sounded to Tibbs an annoyed hiss, then it lunged at him. He sidestepped, barely remaining on his feet from the passing impact on his shield. Why is it ignoring us? Nandita asked, her air doing little more than ruffling the boss's creature's fur. Did it do that on any of your runs? Tibbs stabbed the lynx as the lynx turned to follow him and barely pulled his arm back as it bit. Not on mine, Marcus said, firing arrows. It always went for whoever heard it last. While its side was accumulating them, they didn't seem to impede it. Tyrone? Leon asked, helping Heather up. Wait, what? Okay, what did I miss? Why is Heather on her back? Oh, I see. I see. Tyrone, Heather asked, running at it, slashing, then flying back from the lynx. Okay, that's okay. I did not register. How did you manage to annoy it to the point it remembers you? He swung and stepped back. I fought it without anyone distracting it. He dropped under the swipe and left a small line on the limb as it moved back. I didn't know creatures remembered. I didn't know creatures remember, she said. It depends on how the dungeon makes them, he replied. And while I appreciate Marcus and Andita's attempts, any chance the two of you can join in? Defeating it alone left me quite injured. Keep its attention. We'll take advantage of that. His attempt at a glare nearly got him clawed, so he directed it at the lynx and added a cut on its nose that had it shaking its head and returning the glare. Heather darted in and out, giving Tibbs openings when the boss creature had to shift its focus momentarily. I'm out, Marcus called. Its hide's too tough, and with its attention always on Tyrone, I didn't get to aim for its eyes. You need to learn to make arrows, Heather said while Tibbs was in the in the air. From the blow he blocked. If you know how, I'll listen. Talk to Rachel, Tibbs said, getting to his feet with the help of her bow. She'd worked out how to make them. Different element. He sighed. Talk anyway. He ran at the lynx while Heather leaped. Nearly hitting the ceiling and landing on its back. I keep telling you to talk. You'll never know what carries over unless you try it. She planted her sword and it reared, throwing her off, and howled in pain. Someone end it, she yelled. Tib wished it was that easy. Its thrashing as it reached for what caused the pain made him miss each strike. Then Leon did something with his essence that caused Tibbs to stare. The lynx's leg bent unnaturally from the fever etching, which had the added benefit its swipe at his head missed as it fell on its side. He got him focus. He got it. It got him focusing on what mattered and stabbed its underside until it became still. Marcus, Eder called, get your arrows before it melts and take them with it. Leon, make sure Tyrone's okay. I'm just bruised. The etching Leon placed on him took them away, as well as the ache they'd caused. Marcus stepped away from the boss creature, and it melted into the floor, leaving a sword behind. Nandita picked it up and closed her eyes. I don't think it's air. Heather took it. Not force. She passed it to Marcus, who took it once he had a free hand. He took longer, then shook his head and passed it to Leon, and returned to putting arrows in his quiver. Not fever, the cleric said and passed it on to Tibbs, and Heather looked at him expectantly. He debated Answering her, he was supposed to be an Omega, and it's an Earth sword, Carliac said. Go on, tell her. Earth. Coral can use it, Nandita said, or anyone else with that element, Ether countered. Normally I'd say it goes to the team who found it, but we're all from different ones. Might be best if we leave it. You don't leave a boss reward behind, Tip stated. You already said someone can use it, so you come up with a way to work out who gets it. If we know what it does, Leon said, it would make that decision easier. Maybe it's a practice sword, the way Rachel's bow taught her how to make arrows. Heather looked at Tib expectantly. I can't tell, he said before Carliac could say anything. The previous sword had weaves making them sharper and harder. I can't think of what Earth can do with it. Heather glanced up and he ignored her. If Carliac had told him, he wouldn't have shared the information. They needed to work some things out for themselves. Nanita hurried for the stairs. I get to see the second floor! Marcus followed her. There's nothing to see. It's all dark. Have you crossed the room? Tibbs asked. Have you? The archer challenged. No, I didn't have a torch, and the boss hurt me badly enough I wasn't risking whatever might be there. He took the torch off his belt, then realized he didn't have a fire starter. With an annoyed huff, he willed it lit. If Carliac didn't like it, I thought you didn't have a magic for the run, Marcus said. Did any of you bring a fire starter? He demanded. And the four produced one. Leon grinned. Didn't someone say something about not growing dependent on our magic? I think this is what my dad students call do as he says, not as he does. Others said. They took their torches and lit them from his. What did you work out from making it this far? Tibbs asked, crouched at the entrance and studying the floor in the torchlight. Tiled, square, roughly 1 pace long. I didn't find any trap, Leon said. Neither did our rogue, Marcus said. The room's easily 100 paces long, half that wide. The floor? The door? Couldn't find it, Leon said, and Marcus nodded. Then this is a puzzle, Tibbs mused. One where essence can't be used. What do you mean? Nandita asked. There's something in the room that makes essence go away, Marcus answered. Not air, she replied, and Tibbs extended his sense until he sensed the essence. Ugh. And Tibbs sensed the essence she pushed in the room. Marcus and Leon did the same. It changed, the cleric said as Tibbs pulled his sense back in. Why is it dark then? Heather asked. Only thing I can think of, Tibbs said, is that seeing the entire room would make solving it too easy. Could the change mean essence is part of how the puzzle is solved? Heather asked. My dad talked about how, in his first dungeon, the first room on the second floor was about training them with essence. My first experience was like that too, he replied. But this feels more like a reaction to a change than changing those rules. Remember when I talked about how a dungeon is like a wild animal? All of a sudden, a lot of runners come in, able to do magic, and it makes a room where we can't use that as a defensive sort. But before we can do anything significant in it, it sees us do more runs with our elements and sees that it doesn't make us able to wipe the floor with its creatures and settles down. You're giving it too much credit, Marcus said. Why? Animals learn. Why can't dungeons? And they exist to test people. So it would be in their nature to create a balance. Too hard, and there's no one left to feed it. Too easy, and it isn't fed enough for what it makes. How do you know so much about dungeons? Nandita asked, extended her torch into the room as far as she could. He reads a lot, Ether replied. How do we proceed? When you explored it before, did anything stand out? Stand out how? Marcus asked. Some tiles have lines on them. Heather said, and Tibbs searched for that, but there were none within the torchlight. Too well formed to be random, Leon added, floors or walls? Both. Tibbs pressed the tile before him and nothing happened. There was a gap, but he couldn't see how deep it went. He took out the thin tension bar and slipped it between the tiles. It went down 2 fingers' width before something stopped it. He moved it along the edge, and they all had space. Then tried to turn it, and he couldn't. What does that tell you? Leon asked. He looked at the other tiles. A dungeon only makes things for their functions. A dungeon makes things mainly for their function. A tile floor doesn't have to be real tiles to look like one. So, if the dungeon takes the effort to make them real, that will play a part in how the puzzle is solved. So, if we can find tiles that aren't real, we can work out what's important. Tibbs chuckled. I think this dungeon's craftier than that. It made dud pavers, after all. Each tile will be like this one, but that tells us the difference will matter. Do you remember where the ones with lines are? I have one, Heather said. She and the others had gone in while Tibbs tested the tile. I think this is where it was last time. The slight depression was noticeable in the torchlight. A semicircle in the center with 3 lines, one from each end going to the left and right, and one to the okay, one from each end going to the left and right. I don't know. And the third from the bottom of the crescent to the bottom of the tile. I have one, Marcus called, a line from one end to the other. Centered? Tibbs asked. Is there a design in the middle of the line? Yes and no. It's a straight line. I have one, Anita called. A line on the left, then a quarter circle, and a line at the bottom. It's on the wall, and there's a faint air essence. And there's a faint air essence in it. Probably just what's in everything, Leon said. I have one. Full circle with a line going on each side. I don't think that's right, Marcus said. I'm not feeling it outside the lines. Since when do you feel air essence? The cleric asked. Metal, the archer replied. I'm not feeling any metal essence on the part of the tile that isn't the line. Heather placed a hand on the half circle. There's force in this. And fever, Leon said. Tibbs extended his sense only enough to reach the tile before him. It was faint, but this line had each of the elements he had and some he couldn't identify. An Upsilon runner would need to focus to sense theirs. Heather smiled. This is a training room just like my dad's. Isn't training us going against what a dungeon does? Anita asked. It'll make things easier for us. But training is a form of test, right? Leon asked. What's it training us to do then? Marcus asked. Yeah, there's a lot of asks. To sense our element, Heather said. Like my dad and Tyrone's run, but the first room on the second floor was about learning to sense their element. How did your father's dungeon do it? Tibbs asked. She thought, then shrugged. I don't think he ever said. Just that if they weren't careful, it would kill them. He nodded. It was similar for me. Lines of essence that moved. If we broke one, a pillar came down to crush us. I think it crushed two. My dad's dungeon, I mean. Does this mean we'll get crushed if we get this wrong? Marcus asked, worried. We won't know until we work out how the puzzle works, Tip said. It might be something different from what I and her father experienced, or similar. We can't know, although this is nothing like mine. My guess is that it's about completing the line. Leon said. But which one? Heather indicated the three lines and on the half circle. The one going through or the one at the top? Only one option with mine, Marcus said. Although the problem is the direction. Tibbs could make it easy. We need to find out where this starts or and ends. The end is probably the door. And the start? Heather asked. I don't know. Who can sense their element at a distance? You, she said. I'm going to make a runner. I'm going to make go for the run. She rolled her eyes and he lowered his voice. And this is about them learning, Heather. Not about us making it easy on them. So for now, you can't sense at a distance either. She looked around at the others, each searching the walls and floors by torchlight, and nodded. All right, he said, standing. Consider this something you need to train. The ceiling is higher than the light can reach, so it's possible there are useful tiles up there. You could tell us, Lian Sing sang, but you need the training. Sense for something that's different. And then what? The cleric asked. Are we supposed to move the tiles around where they're needed? There's no gap under the tile, no way to slip something to pull it off, and to do it with essence requires more training than Upsilons would have. Remember, the solution to a room works for everyone on the team. That means it will work even if one runner hasn't gotten their element yet. Does that mean a team without an element can't solve this puzzle? Anita asked. Doesn't that break that a solution works for everyone that a solution works for everyone thing? They'd have to be able to defeat the first boss without elements, and to do it without getting so injured they'd be able to face this room. I don't know if that's something dungeon somehow no, but at the guild everyone became strong enough to have their audience from the first floor. So I think that's its purpose. So the stone ground against stone and everyone froze. Marcus hesitated. Have something? I think, but I don't know if it's what you're looking for. The archer's foot was on a raised tile. What happened? Tibbs asked, reaching him. Don't move. I was walking to look at the wall, and then this tile sunk when I stepped on it, and before I took my foot off, it raised. Are you putting weight on it now? No. Lift your foot away. Lift your foot and step away. Marcus did so. The tile had a quarter circle with a line from each end. Sides were smooth, and he took a thin pick and slid it in the gap between the bottom and the raised tile and the top of the one next to it. It went almost all in, and he touched nothing. But he already had an idea. Oh, you clever asshole, he whispered, putting the pick away. He grabbed the sides of the tile, turned it, and sunk it back in. Nothing happened. Okay, we know one of the steps, he called. Tyrone, Heather called. I might have the starting point. She held the torch high and barely illuminated the line touching the bottom of the tile. She whispered. The force essence in the center of the tile pulses. Marcus, come here and tell me what you sense of that tile. The man looked up, then reached. It's too far. Try to sense it. Remember, this is about training as much as solving it. The archer focused and shook his head. Leon also shook his head, as did Nandita. Heather, you and Marcus raised Nandita so she can touch it. They did, and as her light rose, more of the tile became visible. Instead of a circle or part of one, the line started at a dot. She placed her hand on it. There's pulsating air essence there. Air essence here. Can you affect it? She looked down. How? I don't think it matters. Try to push your essence in with the other and have them interact. She closed her eyes, and Tibbs fought the urge to extend his sense. Then he didn't have to. A soft glow emanated from the center of the tile and gently spread along the line. Where he thought it would end, where we thought it would stop at the Since there was no line on that on the next tile, the whole tile glowed, then dimmed, leaving a line that turned left. That tile glowed as well, then left a straight line when it dimmed that stopped at a tile with a line already indented, but not oriented properly. All right, he exclaimed. We know where this starts and what we have to do. Now, someone find us that door. And that concludes chapter 48 of Mind Your Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to read this story, it's available on Royal Road and on my Patreon, where it's about a month ahead. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I was frozen on your side. Alrighty, glad it's resolved. I'll be right back. Hey, alright, Magic. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? August 19th. Oh, 19th. Oh, wait, the other one's another. Could be worse. Going to listen to me as background will be more interesting than the work. All right. Oh, right, that one. Alrighty, that is done. Moving on to another chapter. Alrighty. Confirming microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and I, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 49 of Mind Your Step. Tyrone, and they're called from the far side of the room. I have something. Tis watched Nandita turn the tile at the bottom of the wall, then push it back in. The top line lit, and the glow traveled to the right. That blank tile glowed and dimmed with a line traveling to the right. The next tile glowed, and when it dimmed, the line moved up. Another choice tile with three options. Another one that refused to connect with the floor. They'd moved the line about 3/4 of the way along the wall, and anytime it got close, I don't need this. It either didn't glow, traveled parallel to the floor, or went up. And when it split, it could mean that they'd have to deal with two lines they needed to reconnect somewhere. Marcus was turning tiles ahead of them, doing his best to guess where the lines would go, but until it reached the choice tile, he basically literally worked in the, he was basically working in the dark. He left them to work on it and joined Heather. She put weight on the choice tile with a line going up, and nothing happened. This tile won't move. Do you think it's meaningful, we or just that we haven't encountered other locked tiles? Marcus, Leon, he called while pressing on it to confirm Heather was right. Check all the choice tiles. Tell me if any one of them doesn't move. It would take a while, but they had time. These are blank, she said, motioning to the three necks, to the three touching the unmoving tile. One touched the floor, the one above it. Actually, there's not three, there's four of them. And that would be two, because there's one below and one above, to the two touching the unmoving tile. And they're only focusing on that because it's a straight line. And one above onto the floor, and 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 one above. because it's 3 tiles high. So that's all that works. I'm not sure. The one above that one was also blank, but to its left was a left to right line. Raise me, he told her, and put a foot in her hands. He pressed the tile. Doesn't move as well. To its left. Okay. To its left, a column of blank tiles from floor to as high as he could see, and actually, he sees in the dark. So he can see he can see all the way to the ceiling. From floor to ceiling. And to the left of that, one line going down too high from the floor. She lowered him. She lowered him and he tested it. Doesn't move either. If those 3 lines connect, it would outline a door. If they travel in the right direction. He could check that. He touched enough blank tiles that he could work out the faint difference that indicated how the glow would travel. But that had been before he realized he had enough sensitivity. He was doing the run as an Omega, so he didn't want to make use of it. So we need to turn the light back this way. The starting point of the glow was 6 tiles to their right. I don't think it's going to be that easy, but let's test it. He turned the closest tile to the start. Hey! Anita called. What happened? The entire line leading to the one she was turning had gone dark. We're testing something, Heather said. It'll either get us to the exit, he added, or you'll get the line back. Not really hopeful, are you? She said. I'm sure a dungeon could set up a complicated puzzle with an easy solution, but it feels too early for one of them. They haven't trained us to expect complicated yet. You think you're just giving them ideas, right? No, he isn't, Kaliak said, amused. They've already figured that out. While some turned while some turned lit while some turns lit new blank tiles, none of them went toward the door. They reset them, and the glow traveled to where Nandita was working while they returned to the door. So, we just need to connect the glow to it. You think the blanks will be right to surround us? Unless we're wrong, yes. You looked around. And we should check the other tiles. We check the other places where they have 3x2 tiles of blanks. Those might be doors as well. Decoys? Or this one is. They found 3 on the left wall, each with moving tiles next to them, and 2 on the right, but Nandita had already had to move those to get the glow where it was. How about the floor? She asked. He considered it. watching Leon and Marcus press and turn tiles. If this was the floor's last room, I think it's possible, but as the first one, it feels unlikely. And yes, the dungeon could be tricking us. You. He rolled his eyes, but I'd expect that after we've been well trained in how they work. Still, we need to figure out if any of them are locked like those three. So we might as well help check the floor for doors at the same time. They divided the floor among the four of them and took a lot longer, a long time before they were done. Long enough, Nandita had almost taken the meandering line to the room's entrance. That confirms it, Heather said, hand on her back and stretching. Those three tiles are meaningful, which means that's the door. Leon placed a hand on her and she sighed in relief. Tim shook his head. This hadn't strained him. We just have to get that line through all of this, Marcus said unhappily as Leon healed his strain. Yes! Then he exclaimed, I've reached the floor! They joined her, and Tibbs tried to contain his excitement at the glow touching the choice tile on the floor. 3 direction. She placed it. She placed it down. She placed it down and left as the direction of the glow, and only. Oh, she placed it with down. Okay, She pushed it in with down and left as the direction for the glow, and only the blank tile on the floor lit up. There's a line crossing it. It's heading to the door, Leon said with relief. Turn it so it goes down and right, Tibbs instructed. The tile down and to the right lit up. The one to the right continued straight past the door, then stopped at a choice tile with a turn. Tibbs turned it each way, but wasn't surprised when the only tile to light up was the one going up the wall. Are you saying we're going to have to rejoin it before we get to the door? Marcus asked in exasperation. Maybe, he replied, considering the floor and the unlit walls. Then the lit one, with its occasional split and forced reconnections, before the glow continued. And Marcus's reaction, his expectation, the lines splitting automatically meant that one thing, the way Carliac had trained him to expect that. It was the first room, but this puzzle was also about endurance. So he could see the dungeon doing this. Or we have to connect the line to the door to activate it. He suspected it was more than that. And the line might meander a lot before we get there. What do you mean? Heather asked. Look at the size of this room. Right now, it's been basically Nandita alone moving the glow along. The rest of us figured things out, Leon said. Although you haven't explained why we were testing the floor and what it has to do with a door. Three-chair style don't move, Heather said. We had to know if they mattered or not. They do. So the door. Yes, but it's more than that. Tim said, this isn't a rogue's puzzle. Anyone can figure how to pass it. So why would it only ask one of us to work on it? Don't be surprised if the globe breaks off multiple times and we each have to move one line along. I'm taking the wall, Marcus stated. I am not spending more time bent over the floor. I'll make it worth your while, Leon said, grinning. Unless you can make yourself a woman, I'm passing. I meant more taking away all the pains and aches, but can I do that, Tyrone? It's your essence. Fever is about the body, so I expect you could. I'll just be about figuring out how. I thought you were happy as a guy, Nandita said. I am, but if I can experience what it's like to be a woman, the Clary grinned. If you manage that, Heather said, be careful about getting pregnant. My mom had nothing but complaints when she talked about that time. Kept adding I was lucky I was so special. Otherwise, she might not have gone through with it. Can I have my insides can I have my inside work like insides work like that? Leon asked. I don't know, Tibbs replied. I don't know what you can do. Asking me questions about that isn't going to accomplish anything. It's accomplishing making you uncomfortable, he said, grinning. And unless you want to see what I'll do not to be uncomfortable anymore, we have a puzzle to work through. As Tibbs predicted, the floor The floor's glow split once and then again relatively quickly with no indication of returning to each other. Not long after that, the glow on the wall split and Marcus and Nandita moved around each other to move it. There has got to be a faster way to do this, the archer complained. Train yourself to sense at a distance, others said. Or sense subtle change, Tibbs added. Distance is better, she said. If one of us could sense the entire room, we'd know what all the blank tiles did, and we could easily work out the path. Is that even possible? Anita asked. The stronger you become, Tibbs replied, the further you'll be able to sense. But it needs to be trained. Back when the guild had me, the Earth fighter on my team never got beyond sensing by touch, even once he was a row. The rest of us could all do it at a distance. Mindset has an effect, so it's probably easier for an archer than a fighter to do it. Leon reconnected his line to Tibbs 6 tiles away from the wall with the door. Then he had to move away before connecting to Heather's line, and it still wasn't a straight line to the door. When he finally reached it, the blank tile below the locked one, when he finally reached the blank tile below the locked one, it glowed. Then the line went up. The glow traveled along the locked tile, and he held his breath as the next tile glowed and dimmed in with a straight line. And the next one had a line turning left, connecting to the locked tile above the door, which didn't gain a glow. Did we do it wrong? And Leon asked. Out of the way, Anita said, moving to turn a tile. It was one off from the column to the left of the door, but it had a right turn. The blank tile glowed with a turn to the wall. The one there glowed with a straight line, and Tibbs again held his breath as the glow traveled up. The locked tile lit up the next one with a straight line, the one after with a turn to the right, and the next one with a straight line. Two glows The two glows on each side of the locked tile traveled to the center, then the entire tile glowed softly. We did it, Heather said, sounding exhausted. They looked at the door and waited. Shouldn't something happen? Shouldn't something have happened? Anita asked. Shouldn't something happen? Anita asked. Oh, come on, Marcus complained. Don't tell me we did it wrong. Look at all that. And that fucking tile is glowing. It's gotta mean we won. Why isn't the door opening? Heather chuckled. It trained us. Who did that? Leon asked. Something Tyron said when we were thinking through the puzzle. Dungeons might train the runner to expect how things go, then change that. Okay, the cleric said uncertainly. How did it train us? We win, Tip said, and we don't have to do anything else to progress. There's either no door or the doors open on their own. There was only one door, Nandita pointed out. Look at Marcus's reaction, Heather said, and the archer glared. Or what each of us were thinking, Tibbs added. Me included, and I know better. Okay, the archer said, taking slow breath. Then what? Tibbs put his shoulder against the door. We work for it. He wondered if Heather might not have been right. Neither of them had thought to test if it was even locked while working on the puzzle. He thought it was unlikely, but Karliak had proved themselves crafty. The others joined him, and with effort they moved the door back until light poured in. Bright enough, the others complained. When they had enough space, they walked around it, leaned against the wall, and slid down. Once you're stronger, he said, you'll be able to use your elements to make moving it easier. Anita chuckled. Maybe them. All I have is air. Don't count yourself out, Heather said. I've seen air adventurers do some really impressive thing, not least of which was bringing down a stone wall. Tib stared at her. A couple of years after I moved in with my dad, he got a bunch of air runners. That that's unusual because people usually pick whatever they want, but from they were all from the same community, and that something about our air was important, and I really didn't pay all that much attention. But I remember those teams always leaving the dungeon quickly and in bad shape. The trainer came to my dad and told them they just weren't picking up on what could be done with air. They all did soft breeze and the air blades. That's the first thing they teach. But anytime I think she was a she, tried to get them to do something stronger, they just went on and on about how that wasn't how air was. She looked at him. I have no idea. We aren't our elements. We aren't our element. And it sounds like they had that mindset before they got theirs. Well, my dad doesn't have much patience for that kind of stupidity. He had an earth adventurer make a wall of stone in the training yard 6 paces across and really high. Then he told the runners to take it down. I remember a few trying with the air blades, but you can imagine how well that worked. When they told him it couldn't be done, he whistled over one of his girlfriends. She looked at him. She came after my mom died. You didn't even look at another woman before that. Aye, not my concern. She chuckled. She was this sweet petite woman, nothing like my mom. Dad asked her what she thought of the wall. She looked at him like he was an idiot, and I remember the smug look on a number of those air runner. Then she had her knife out, just as delicate at her, and was etching. Within, no more than 30 heartbeats, the entire wall was in the air, held by this tornado breaking it apart. It was a large pile of sand when she brought it back down and told my dad to never waste her time like this again. Those two were laughing their asses off when they were telling that story to the trainers later. But it was the look on the runner's face I remember. It was like that core thing they believed in had been taken away from them. Half of them left. The other half went back to training, and I saw them do impressive stuff. Then he let a silent wow. The only limit on what you can do, Tiff said, will be the ones you impose on yourselves. Yes, there are things that are probably impossible. I doubt you can make water with air essence. But when it comes to actually doing something, you can't start your attempt thinking it can't be done. It might take work and effort, but it can probably be done. He stood. Are we good to continue? The hallway was 2 dozen paces and led to another large room, this one with statues of animals spread randomly throughout it. Okay, Nandita said. Who thinks those are traps? And that concludes chapter 49 of Mind Your Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on Royal Road, and it's on my Patreon where we are about a month ahead of that. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I'll be right back. I'll be right back again. I need to go check something. Alrighty. Alrighty. On to the next one. Confirming microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 3 of The Hunter's Creed. Grogeron looked over his report regarding the illegal hunt with a mix of awe and anger. The individual hunter's report showed the attention and care their beta put into preparing for it. Years of investigation and manipulation had gone into making it happen. Even the invention of the technology had gone into making it happen. That was the impressive part. The extent the beta went to find his prey, confirm it was the correct one, then alter the hunt at the last moment when new information had been revealed. What angered him was that if the beta had respected rank and come to him with the initial information, Gregoron would have found that ship before this happened. Could have brought the hunt to a conclusion where he wouldn't have to rely on fear to keep his family safe. He would have boarded that ship with every hunter he had, captured every person involved, and the god could have looked after the consequences. And he'd been close, too. His own hunt into who had arranged the attempted kidnapping of his cubs had narrowed the stations they operated on to this one and two other. He had hunters asking around them when they visited for anyone who stood out. He'd reduced his list of potential ships to a dozen, which included the Yokretora Vrikolin Srafal, of which the Yekrotora Vrikolin Srafal was one of them. It had an unusual number of people coming and going, covered from head to toe. Not illegal or even directly suspicious, but it had docked at the all three station and had been one of the 4 ships at the station where the Halan ship that had transported the would-be kidnappers had been docked before reaching the Kersitaran station. He had no evidence the trio had come from that ship, but the coverings they used leaving it on the station matched those used now. The one element that would have confused the scent was that the person behind it was Earther, while the ship was clearly Kelserian, until he knew it was only a shell hiding an Earther ship. That was a technological advancement that almost made the exchange, the extended range that had been used to hide its development. That was a technical investment that I don't need the almost twice there. Hide its deployments meaningless. Ships could mask nearly all their signatures from sensors from distance and with distance and preparation. Past 4 or so light years, according to sensors, to sensor just finding a rock to hide behind could be enough. There were elements of that rock having a composition close enough, or that would scatter the sensor's beam, which became more effective the further the target ship was. There were elements, there should be something, which became more effective the further the target ship was. But being able to detect a reactor, no matter how well a ship hid, it hid increased the efficacy. And with each reactor having a unique signature outside of Earther designs, they'd be able to bypass relying on a ship's tag to confirm they were the right prey. The one remaining element that concerned him out of all this was the presence of 7 Earther ship hiding within his territory. He had their Earther names, but not that of the Kelsian ships hiding them. His information pack was going over the information the hacker had copied, looking for anything that might point them to what they were doing and which ship hid them. He couldn't ask the Yekretora Vrekolen Srafal. They'd left the station hours after he'd put the beta in the cell ahead of schedule. They'd claim family law. If the builders could patch the system that detected a reactor into the sensor board, he'd be able to track it down, but until then, that ship was gone. He read it over again, made sure the way the beta had broken his and the hunter's rules were noted, his recommendation as to his punishment, and sent it to his alpha. He took a breath, then focused on ship work. He looked into Jer's workroom at the bed he'd had placed there, but Rudy wasn't there either. Tammy was in her office playing a game on a tablet. Tom was preparing the meal. Do you know where Rudy is? He's staying at a friend's. Didn't he message you? Gurion checked his tablet to confirm it. No, he messaged me. I think he might be interested in her. His ears wiggled suggestively. Or his son was avoiding him. Did you tell the cell not to give Jer a blanket? He stared. Jer? The cell? Oh, the beta. No, other than not getting visitors, I didn't give them instructions. Good, I told them to print him one. Why? You know Earthers are comfortable at a higher temperature than us, right? The cells aren't adjusted the way our home is. Even with his clothes, he might get sick. Good. I'm glad you did. Tom turned and leaned against the counter. Growl, when are you going to let him out? That's not my decision. My alpha has my report on that mail. On Jer. On the beta. Growl corrected, fighting the threatening pain. She'll decide what his actions merit. And if she decides it's an incarceration center for him? What? No. She wouldn't do that to his heart. The pain seeped through and Tom held him. Why? He whispered. Why would he do that to me? Talk to him, Growl. They're probably Earther, but he'll have reasons. He regained control. No, that beta broke rank. He threatened our people with his hunt. I doubt the Earther leadership will acknowledge they have an illegal hunt in our territory, Growl. That doesn't matter. I was his alpha. He should have come to me with what he knew. He took a breath. And this is hunter business. It doesn't belong in our home. All right, the food is almost ready. His information pack hadn't found anything about the Katsarian shells hiding the Earther ships with the copies in the copy of the database. There were still a few encrypted sections, but they weren't hopeful. The database had enough information on the Earther ships themselves, including which part of the territory they operated in, but nothing on the Kelsarians' part of their camouflage. It was as if the Earthers refused to acknowledge they relied on another species to operate. There also was nothing about if they had ships among other territories. The animosity Earthers felt toward Kelsarians was great enough. He could see them not bothering with anyone else, but it felt like a waste of resources for them not to employ this tactic among other territories. His desk beeped and indicated the learning center wanted to contact him. Was contacting him. He tapped it. This is Gagran Salhavnir. This is Amotar Kirokam Orlina Tarimla. I am one of Rudirim Tamer Ashimakor's instructor. He was involved in a fight, and I think we should speak. He nearly told them to contact his Kresarik, but Tom was on shift at the moment. I'll be right there. The female led him to an office as soon as he entered the learning center. He saw Rudy on his own, looking at his tablet at the table. Your son, she said once they were seated, has been argumentative for a few days now, ever since the course restarted. His course is restarted once we left the station, actually. But this is the first time he attacked someone. Attacked? You said they'd fought. Rudy wouldn't just attack someone. He'd, he's a good cub, he wanted to add. But his son had been angry since the incident. He yelled at Gagran more than talked when he said anything. It's what it looked like, except for how deep the claw wounds were, but the female said that all she'd done was ask about his family, and he exploded. She tapped the desk. You may not be aware of this, but we encourage our students to express themselves visually in words or any other arts. It allows us to look into how they're feeling at any one time without having to call in a counselor. Your son draws, as is customary after an incident like this. We went over what he drew, and it's slightly disturbing. She brought up an image. The drawing was crude. His son wasn't skilled, but the male being crushed by the rock had Grogran's mane, even trimmed on the side the way he kept it, and he'd drawn him in his hunter uniform. Oh, okay, no, crushed by the rocks. Is there something going on between you and him we should know about? The next image was him, again, struck by enough lightnings he wouldn't survive it. His father, he said, paying attention to the pain, broke rules, and I had to take him to the cells. Rudy feels I'm at fault for enforcing them. The next image was him on an old style pyre with those around him dancing. Rudy was definitely angry at him. May I suggest you explain things to him? I know it can feel like they're too young to understand our adult problems, but cubs, especially at his age, are more cognizant than you might be giving him credit for. I did. It didn't help. What he did was grave enough. I didn't have a choice in how I handled it, but Rudy thinks I did it to hurt him. Are you sure he thinks that? He shook his head. It's what it feels like he thinks doing it, it didn't affect me. That what his father did shouldn't have hurt me as much as it did. He reached and swiped through the images. Maybe you should both see a counselor? A few more were depictions of violence against him, then a group of people in a room. Another student? The other students, maybe? A Calcarian's felling a beast. There was a shift in quality. I'm managing, and he has one, but I won't force him to go. Rudy can decide what he needs to do on his own. Why the change? This, it's like he used to be better. She studied, then looked at the image floating between them. That's older. She motioned to the top right corner. Each art is tagged with the date. He swiped to those he'd looked at, paying attention to the pay attention to that. There's a 3-year gap after this one. She nodded. We don't force students to draw. It's entirely voluntary. He must not have felt a need to express himself during that time. And younger cubs don't judge what they draw, and that lends itself to them being clearer. And 3 years without practicing will have an effect. He swiped to the left, going back in time, and smiled at the cub's imagination at work. He paused on one of an earther chair, his head out of a shuttle close to a wall at the control to wall. At the control, although he shouldn't be able to see them him from this angle, sat Tom. You remember the two talking about that moment when Jer helped Tom figure out how his earther shuttle worked? He hadn't realized Rudy had paid enough attention to reproduce what had happened. The next one made him pause. Jer again, sitting in a cell, wearing familiar clothing. He checked the date. 5 years ago. Jer had never been in a cell before, and he hadn't owned the clothing he currently had on back then. The one before it was of Rudy and Tammy hiding in a small space while feet stood before them. He looked at the date, but didn't remember if it was before or after the kidnapping attempt. Can I get a copy of them? Yes, of course. He took out his tablet, and after a few taps on her part, it received the files. You understand that they aren't answers, right? They can be an insight into your son's thoughts, but there is imagination. They're how he processes things, not direct thought about them. He had to think about it before he understood what she meant. Oh, yes, I understand. I'm not looking for answers in them, but they were raising questions. Regarding Rudy, what will his punishment be? It's the first time, so I think the talk I had with him will be enough, but we'll be monitoring him. I will recommend you have him speak with his counselor if he can't speak with you. He nodded. He stood. I'll suggest him to him, but as I said, I won't force him. All right. Have a good rest of the shift. He had 7 drawings, one dating back to Rudy's first day at the learning center. Gargaran is Unterhammer, pinned down in a corridor with blaster fire around him. The element that made this more than a fantasy was the injury his son had drawn just before he'd taken shelter. One of the blasts had hit the wall behind him and caused something to explode. The shrapnel had badly torn his back and side. It would be a few minutes before the pack's medic reached him and sealed the wounds. 7 images that had happened years after they were drawn and which contained details that made them more than flight of fancy based on stories he and Jer had told their son. There were some, drawn after the fact, that had enough details to make him wonder, but they might have been included in those stories. He placed his empty cup of coffee on the desk as someone entered their home. Tom, he called. Yeah? Can you come to my office? I need your opinion on something about something. His mate entered, and he turned so he could sit on his lap. Who's the artist? I think we should get them a spot in one of the galleries. Rudy, but look at them and tell me what you think. Rudimentary skill, but you know that's never been something I was good at judging. It's my ears you can count on, not my eyes. But those are a decent representation of what you and Jared told him. Look at the dates, bottom right. They were drawn over a good amount of. That can't be right. That's dated 2 years before I know this happened. That's when Clara scratched the wings on her fighter and tried to have the others the others side with her about it not being her fault. You scared her. You scared her when you pointed it out, until you basically laughed at the entire incident away. She thought you were going to send her packing for it. That's 7 drawings he did that he couldn't know anything about. You think he's a seer. Your motion to the images on the desk as evidence. But he hasn't been visited by one of them. That's how it goes. One of Cintarina's voice always visits a new seer. We've been in space since we adopted him. It might have happened on the station, but until recently, he only went with me or Jer or you. You would have told us if a seer had spoken with Rudy, wouldn't you? Of course I would. Do you think Rudy knows? I don't know, but I think that means I need to set course for Kelser so I can take him to one of Centurino's houses. Does it have to be Kelser? That's over a year from here. Wouldn't one of the colonies be closer? She'll have houses on them as well, I'm sure. Well, probably have to go to Kelser anyway because of the beta. Why do you still refer to him as beta? You stripped him of his hunter status. He swallowed. Because the only other way I have to refer to him hurts too much. Tom rested against him without saying anything. Alpha, he greeted his Alpha once she appeared before him. Gralgaran Selhalavnir. This is an interesting situation. I think it's rather clear cut. The beta in question broke rank and set on an illegal hunt that threatened Kelser as a whole. If the Earthers were to, I'll agree, broke rank, and that the hunt was illegal. As for the threat to Kelser, what he did represents, I have to disagree. The Earthers are operating within our territory in secret. It breaks a number of Federation rules, and if we can prove their shepherds are aware of what they're doing, that causes a lot of trouble for the Tohonians. I don't think the Earthers are so brazen as to not realize the position they are in. even if that Omar Sawan reports what he did, and I have my doubt he would, and the Earthers wouldn't be able to act on it. I doubt they would even mention it in one of their broadcasts, with how that's making its way to the Earther broadcast within Federation space. Spreading branch, he said, and she nodded. He still needs to be punished for his action. That male endangered us. He didn't, Alpha. I think there is more at work here with your insistence he be severely punished. I understand he's your mate, and that he closed his eyes and focused on keeping the pain from overtaking him. When he could breathe again, he opened up and she looked at him. The male's infraction fall within your authority, Dr. Ansel Ravnir. You have already made him a civilian, and he's in a cell. If you feel more should be laid at his feet, that's for you to decide, not me. Certainly not the leadership as you suggested in your report. They'll tear you apart over this. I know you don't care. I know your namesake demands justice. You seek justice for this. But I think you should remember the gods put that male with you for a reason, and that you might be thinking yourself greater than them in deciding how severely he needs to be punished. I say this with kindness, Alpha, but deal with the situation yourself. She vanished, leaving him alone with the mounting pain of what he had to do. And that concludes chapter 3 of The Hunter's Creed. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to read this story, it is available on my Patreon as well as Ream's Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I will be right back. Second makes 25th. You have to go, right, Magic? Alrighty, thank you for dropping by. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Alrighty. Oh, wait, not quite. Alrighty. Confirming microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kendar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 4 of The Hunter's Creed. Jeremy punched the air, ducked, then clawed at the throat of his imaginary opponent and dropped to avoid the blow to his neck from the imaginary partner he'd attacked with. A kick back to give himself distance, then he was up and blocking. They slipped and he had his claws across the stomach, but they had armor, so he did no damage. He caught the kick, then twisted the leg, but they spun and nearly clawed his face with their foot. A number of non-Kelsians at Halan forgot the Kelsians also had claws on their feet. He blocked the next kick, then attacked, while they were unbalanced, landing punches that did little more than push them back until exhaustion caught up with them and their defense slipped, and he had his hands on their throat. I win. He yanked the trachea out. Then he had his hand on his knees, catching his breath. Imaginary or not, they'd given him a good fight. He showered, used the toilet he designated as his, then dropped on the bench, putting the blanket over him to wait for his food. The hunter who brought it was male, one of 6 who alternated throughout the day. Any chance one of you will exercise with me? Jeremy asked, accepting the tray. Doing it with imaginary opponent isn't as satisfying. The male left without answering. No visitors, no one allowed to speak to him. He knew neither were the norm, so it was Growl going overboard. Even after Growl had tightened how the cells worked in the wake of Earthers taking advantage of the hunters' willingness to have sex with them to escape and cause chaos on their ship, it hadn't been this stringent. Friends could visit, hunters probably conversed. At least the food and coffee were good. Not that Growl had anything to do with either. He couldn't believe Tom had been the one to give his captors the needed tools to make him actual coffee instead of printing it. Growl knew he enjoyed the real thing over the printed stuff, and he'd still kept that from him. Done, he placed the tray by the force field and laid on the bench. Something large enough for Kelsians would be comfortable on, but if not for the thin mattress, and he felt lost on it. A female hunter took the tray, They slept. Jimmy ran from one side of the cell to the other, tapping the wall each time. He was at 256 when the door to the block opened. He only stopped when Tom came into view. "Hi," he said, dropping onto the bench, and his mate winced. "Hi, Jer. How are you feeling?" "Oh, about ready to get out of here. Know when that's going to happen?" Tom shook his head. "You really going to stretch this on?" He's waiting for it. He's really going to stretch this on? He's waiting on his alpha to contact him with a decision about what to do with you. Jimmy groaned. Come on. There's no need to bring her into this. Why doesn't he just take a breath and settle down like an adult? Or about he compartmentalizes how about he compartmentalizes the way he's so skilled at? You're being unfair, Chair. I'm not being fair. Look around, Tom. I'm the one in the cell for nothing more than making fucking sure our family's safe. Tom remained silent, studying him. His mate was something of a political strategist, so he was probably trying to find angles that would get Jeremy to admit the gravity of what he'd done. Rudy might be a seer. Jeremy stared, having to shift mental gears completely. Where is that coming from? A number of the drawings he did over the years depict events that hadn't happened yet. And no one noticed until now? No one studies Cub's drawing, Jer. We aren't on the lookout for seers. It's simply something that becomes obvious at some point, or they get visited by a seer and told what they are. If not for attacking a student, no one would have looked at Rudy's drawings. What do you mean he attacked someone? What did they do to provoke him? As far as I know, all she did was ask him how his family was doing. She's lying, he said dismissively. Rudy would never attack someone for something like that. They were witness. Growl was called because I was on shift, and he noticed a drawing of you here now that Rudy drew a few years ago. He got the rest and found more. Jimmy tried to remember if Rudy had ever acted in any way like he knew things about to happen, but nothing came. What will happen to him? He wants to be a doctor. Nothing. Jer, being a seer doesn't mean he has to give up his life. It just means that Centarinus whispers to him. He doesn't have to do anything about that. At most, we might get the visit from a seer when we're at a station or when we go to Kelser or one of the colonies, but it'll be up to him what happens. Don't you mean it'll be up to the gods? They might meddle. They might they might try to nudge him where they need him to be, where they need him. But in the end, it's always our decision if we listen or not. He took a breath. Look, I'm sorry for saying they aren't real. You were angry. But that's no excuse. The fact I don't believe in them doesn't give me the right to question your beliefs. Thank you. Can you tell Growl to come see me? To come talk with me? I want to resolve this, but I can't show him what I did was the right thing with him literally making it impossible to talk to him. Tom studied him. All I can do is tell him you want him to visit. Jimmy chuckled. Oh, you can do more. You can be more convincing than that. I can, but I won't. I told you I'm not taking sides in this. I love you both, but the two of you have to be able to be the ones to fix this. And that means both of you have to be willing to meet the other in the middle. I'm fucking willing to meet him wherever he is, Jeremy grumbled. If he'd let me out. I'll visit again in a few days. Hopefully, his alpha will have contacted him and we'll know what will happen. Jimmy laid down. Whatever. Tom laughed and he realized he was still sweaty, so he showered and tried to sleep. Jimmy woke to the sense he hadn't been in the cell. He vaguely remembered standing before a crowd manacled with someone, Growl maybe, reading a list of crimes he'd committed with a female seated behind him, nodding along with each one. He put his hand to his throat and took it away, knowing there would be no blood and yet expecting it. He fell back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Growl's alpha would be the one deciding his fate, and all she'd have would be Growl's side of the story, whatever that was. He'd have the reports from his hunters, but not the context. Not how hard Jeremy had thought about the hunt, how many versions of the plan he'd gone over before settling on the final one, even before Leia convinced him to tone his reaction down. All she'd get was his angry version. Jeremy as the bad guy who'd put everyone in danger. In a story like that, she was bound to side with him, and would Growl send him to an incarceration center? He shuddered at the idea. He'd seen what those who survived were like. He'd read about the kind of barely life they had on those planets. Terraforming a world made it a horrible place to survive on for decades before it became habitable. He didn't know if he'd survive it. If he'd survived the knowledge his mate, his heart, had sent him there overdoing what he, for doing what he had to so their family would be safe. The chime for first shift sounded, and he turned on his side. He didn't feel like getting out of bed right now. Jeremy was in the middle of doing push-ups when his meal arrived. Thanks, he said without stopping. The force field turned off, then on, and the tray was on the floor inside his cell. He reached 300 and rolled on his back, panting. He hated that depression had caused him to sleep through nearly 3 shifts. He was a hunter. He was made of sterner stuff. He'd confront whatever happened, even if that was his heart sending him to his death, like the hunter he was. Took the tray and sat on the bench. He cherished his coffee while enjoying the meat and sauces. Done, he placed it by the force field and trained against imaginary opponents. He returned to the bench from the shower to one of the hunters standing on the other side of the force field. Engineer, the female said, your stay here is over. What does that mean exactly? She'd used his rank, so that had to be a good sign. You can go home. She shut the force field off and walked away. He hurried to dress and leave the cell. The door to the block was open, so he left that as well, and was in the hub connecting the four other blocks. There were 3 other hubs, if he remembered what he'd read. No one stopped him from leaving. I've got hubs way too often here. Then he was in the administration center section where Thur waited for him. Jer, he corrected. Nothing that happened changes the fact we're friends. His friend hugged him. I'm sorry you had to go through this. Where are the others? Thur's ears canted quizzically. I don't know. At home or on shift. Right. Calcarian mindset. Being on a pack, even being friends, didn't mean they'd feel a need to welcome him back to life. In fact, there was only one person he could wonder why he wasn't here, considering how he felt. But he'd seek Zen out. Once he'd gone home and put something fresh on. He might throw these clothes in the recyclers, so he'd never have a reminder of this time. How are you doing? He asked his friend. I'm good. I spent a few days only living, then looked over engineering for you. Growl put you in charge? I was the best one to manage the technicians, and they were already used to me as their head technician. I didn't do anything to the reactor. Would you even know what to do with it? No. The door opened, and an out-of-breath Tom stumbled in. He had to breathe, holding onto the wall. I'll leave you two, Thur said, and as Jeremy went to his mate. Take it easy. Breathe. He looked around. Can I get you some water? Can someone get him water? Sorry, Tom said, then was panting again. Jeremy led him to a couch, and they both fell back into it. The thick mattress felt both comforting and odd after the couch for a couple of weeks, but holding his mate against him helped reassert the normalcy. A hunter brought Tom a glass, and he thanked her, then sipped it. Go slow, Jimmy said. What happened to have you running like this? You could have hurt yourself. I didn't know. Jeremy canted his head. You know overexertion is dangerous for your species. He breathed and another sip. I didn't know Graal had released you. I'd have been here to tell you if I'd known. Jimmy rolled his eyes. Why am I not surprised? He's going to be an asshole about this, isn't he? Jer. More breath, another sip. Don't be like that. Like what? Angry that not only did he have the decency to release me himself, but he made sure you wouldn't be here? I'm not the one. He closed his mouth. Tom had nothing to do with this. He rubbed his cheek against his mate's muzzle. You're right. I should be happy to be out. He nuzzled Tom's neck. Want to help me celebrate? There has to be a leisure alley somewhere close. You'll have to take it easy on me. I'm still out of breath. He smiled. You, I plan on being gentle with. He entered his home alongside Tom and was immediately hugged. You're back, Rudy said. I was so scared you'd never come back. Did you? Tom squeezed his arm and shook his head. How did Rudy deal with being a seer? Did he know when something he thought was a vision, or did he have to fear that every thought might be? Did he even know? He'd forgotten to ask Tom if Rudy was aware of being a seer. Shouldn't he be? I'm home, he said, hugging his son, and I'm not going away again. Rudy hugged him tighter. What shift is it? Still, I still don't have my tablet. End of third. Rudy said in his chest. How about I prepare some food, then go to sleep? Then we go to sleep. I need to. I looked at Tom. Where's Growl? On shift, I think. He changed it to third or fourth. He's been sleeping during the second shift. What about Rudy and Tammy and you? Do your work do you work second shift? He's made time for me, and I sleep with our cubs. I don't want him in my bed. Rudy grumbled. It meant Jeremy couldn't tell Graal how he felt, but also that his return wouldn't be marred by his mate being irrationally angry again. Then food and sleep. I have to get myself back on my usual shift after my time in the cell. Rudy nodded and hugged him again. And that concludes chapter 4 of The Hunter's Creed. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on my Patreon as well as a Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. Confirming microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I will be. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Confirming microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 5 of The Hunter's Creed. Grogran exited the bridge and took the long way returning home. Long enough, those who worked first shift would have left. When he arrived, the sound of the shower welcomed him, and he followed it. Seeing white, brown, and gray fur, he undressed and joined his mate. Welcome home, Tom said as Grogran massaged soap into his back. It's good to be home. He nuzzles his mate. How were the cubs? The usual. Ruddy's less grumpy now that Jer's back. Tammy's a ball of energy. He hugged Tom, grinding against his rear. How about my energy? With a laugh, he turned, placed his arm around Grogran's neck, and rubbed muzzle with him. Then pulled his leg around his waist. I can't have that go unspent, can I? Grogran popped the last of a meat cube in his mouth, then dropped the container into the recycler before entering the exercise room. He picked an unoccupied pad, and by the time he was done stretching, a female joined him, and they fought. Tom was humming as he wiped the counter when Grogran returned home. He stalked that swaying ass, then hugged him, and startling his mate and laughing. He nuzzled the back of his neck. I'm heading to bed. Join me? Tom chuckled. I can't. I'm on third shift, remember? Come on, I'm sure you can convince the captain to let you go. This one time. The male laughed. I know I can't. Yeah, I know I can. That's interesting. I don't usually put negation where I don't mean to. I know I can convince him, but I won't. I have to work like everyone else. That hurt. You get to sleep with. Stop. Tom extracted himself and turned. I don't get to anything, growl. I sleep fourth shift. I have since I moved in. You're the one who decided to change your shift. You know why? Yes, but I don't have to change mine to accommodate you. I'll make time for you. You can count on that. But if you want to sleep with me, you know what shift to find me. The expression didn't soften as he handed Growl the cloth. Now, if you'll forgive me, I have to go get ready for my shift. He finished cleaning the area without much enthusiasm. Have a good shift, he told Tom as he headed for the door. Sleep well, his soon-to-be-gone mate replied, and Grogran was alone. The cloth went into the recycler, and he headed for the bedroom. He caught himself avoiding looking at in the corner and sighed in annoyance. He forced himself there and looked at the two small banners on the wall, one with the claw and the other with the arrow. One with the claw and the other the arrow. I'm sorry for how I spoke to you before. You aren't responsible for my anger, and I shouldn't have directed it at you. He touched one banner, then the other. I remember you. He considered the bed. It was less the idea of sleeping alone that made it unappealing, and more the knowledge that soon he'd be back from engineering, and Gagran couldn't know what he'd do. If he'd make it impossible for him to sleep in retaliation for what he felt Gagran had done to him, instead of what the consequences of instead of in order for what he felt instead of that being the consequences of his own action. He left. Lit and Lil will slept second shift, and they'd be happy for the company. And then, Brell said, I had her on her back like she'd been trying to do to me the entire training session. Gargans chuckled with the others at her antics. The get together had been Lil's idea, after he and Lit had been done having sex. Not everyone had made it. Drez slept third shift, but only he and Tom were there. Tom had an engagement with his. No, Tom is working. No, wait, no. This is second shift. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Did I get that right? No, no. Okay. It's just a sleep. Just talking. The get together had been Lila's idea after Ian Lit had been done having sex. Not everyone made it. Drez slept third shift, but only he and Tom weren't there. Tom had an engagement with his friends. The restaurant had been Cress's idea, and Gragran approved of the selection. The problem was mostly their age, so they didn't have to filter what they said in case Cubs heard. It meant that Brell could go on to describe what she'd done to that female who thought she could best her. And while he appreciated the poetic justice, he didn't get the thrill the others got. Lit and Lil were nuzzling each other already. How have things been in repair, Mir? He asked once she was done with her story. Oh, they're fine. The Bane's a good ship, so it's mostly the regular checks and maintenance stuff. I hear I hear there's some changes coming to the sensors. Chris said, looking at him. Some new technology? Only once we've worked out how it works, he answered. It's currently connected to a singular board. Didn't your heart create it? She asked. Yes, but I don't trust him to explain how it works. I have builders looking it over. Oh, okay. Have you seen the latest retelling of Amoriqua Thor- Thoribam's quest? No. Is it any good? When have retellings been good? Brels asked. Some aren't horrible, Lil said, causing Brel to look at Gralgaran. Care to voice your opinion on retellings? I won't write one off just because it's a retelling, he said, then sighed. But in my experience, nothing beats the original. Brel grinned as if she'd won a hunt. With a laugh, they swapped their bracelets to pay for the meal and stood. We need to do this more often, Brel said. Only if you pay my part for the next one, Litz replied. Us civilian trainers don't have the money you hunters have. Could be worth it, she said as they exited. Maybe we should build a pool and each put a bit of our money in. When we have enough for a meal like this, we'd make it happen. We'd have to. We need to talk. The male storming in their direction cut Groggeron off. I'm with. I gave you the decency of waiting out here, Growl, instead of going in there and ruining your meal. Now, we're going to talk. Keeping his fur from fluffing as he bristled kept him from replying. We'll leave you two, Brell said. She and the others walked away. More than happy to have this stuck in public if that's what you want. He forced his glare off him and looked around and spotted a banner with a flower on it at the closest intersection. There's going to be an alley over there. They'll have a room. He didn't wait for the reply. He wished he could outpace the male, leaving him behind, but with his earth or stamina, Gregran would be the one left breathless. The first door indicator showed it was empty, so he entered. The other followed him and locked the door as Growl faced him. What the fuck is the idea with locking me out of the hunter section? He demanded. That's for hunters. Yeah, I know, because I'm one and no, you aren't. The male stared at him, mouth open. He closed it and seemed to have trouble saying anything. What do you mean I'm not a hunter? He asked when Grogran thought that might be the end of it. Do you think what you did would go unpunished? He growled. That I'd bury it in the sand and never smell it again? Of course not. The male snapped. You threw me in a cell pretty fucking hard. And you thought that'd be it? He asked in disbelief. You thought that years of going behind my back would be wiped by a couple of weeks in a cell? Of course not. I know it cost me my rank of beta. Garen let out a bark of mocking laughter. That's it? You break rank in a way no one's ever done to me, and you think you think all it costs is your rank? Hey, I trained. I underwent all the tests. I am a hunter. Not anymore. You betrayed me. He slapped his chest so hard it stung it and his hand. I can't have a hunter I can't trust. I protected you. It's not your job. You aren't a hunter. Deal with it. Hey, you forced me to be a hunter. You don't get to take that away. He snorted. If you think you get to tell me what I can and can't do, you definitely don't deserve to be a hunter. As for you becoming one, I never forced you. I told you what your choices were. Be a hunter and help protect our people, or be a civilian and let us protect you. Since you never stayed behind when there was a reactor problem, you should be a hunter. Yeah, are you forgetting civilians get to go on hunts? You sent Zen on one. Yes, I sent him. I told him what I needed his help for, and he agreed. You went off running without my protection. You'd have done that each fucking time. I was qualified. You were a civilian, and you're one again. Fucking deal with it. He headed for the door. I'm a hunter, he snorted. If you're so enamored with being one of us, go through the process of becoming one of us again. He stalked the hunter's training room, hand closing and opening. That male was just Billion's lover. If he thought he'd ever let him be a hunter after what he pulled, should go home. But he was locked into the argument. Couldn't become a father right now or a mate. He located the largest of the hunter, a male with crimson fur. You were training. The male took one look at him and straightened. Yes, Alpha. As soon as they were on the mat, Gagarin threw himself at him with a scream and was batted aside. He straightened and attacked and was blocked, then parried, then punched. With a snarl, he jumped, fist in the air and coming down, and was caught and thrown to the mat. He struggled to stand and had to keep his hands on his knees bent and panting. Alpha? The hunter asked, and he raised a hand. I'm done training. Thank you for assisting me. He could think again of something other than him. He could put the encounter aside and be himself. The alpha, the captain, the mate, the father, and not let the male distract him. Now he could go home. Rudy growled at him, then ran into the corridor. Tammy was curled up on the couch with Tom rubbing her side. What happened? Jer came home pissed. Tom replied, yelled at Tammy for asking where you were. He growled, help! Tom grabbed his arm and kept him from telling that male what he thought of that behavior. Don't. You can't just yell at our cubs like that. I don't care what mood he's in. He's an earther, growled. He doesn't. That's no excuse. I noticed you didn't come right back. Because I went and burned off that anger until I could think again, like he should have done. Except you took away the one place he could have done that. Don't put that on me, I'm not. Growl stood and rubbed muzzle with him. I'm not, Growl. But Jer isn't Kelsarian. He doesn't deal with things the way we do. Yes, he shouldn't have yelled at Tammy, and you know he's going to feel horrible about it when he isn't so angry. Going and yelling at him over it isn't going to help anyone. I'm not at fault here, he stated, and Tom's ears were so straight he knew he was forcing them not to react. He betrayed. I know, Crow. I know you're hurt. I know you have no idea what to do with that pain. I wish I knew what you should do with it, but unleashing it on your family, even him, isn't going to help. Tom was probably right. He was the better strategist. All right. I'll shower at an alley and print myself a set of clothing. He rubbed nuzzle with his mate. Look after him, okay? You know I will. I'll look after both of you. And that concludes chapter 5 of the Hunter's Creed. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit your bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on my Patreon as well as Reem's story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. '27th becomes 29th. I can do that. Alrighty. Confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen. I've got the correct image up. Starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, I'm introducing a new character to the story, so we're going back to August 27th for Christopher. Christopher marveled at the campus as he trailed behind the group at how green it was. Although it was chillier than he liked. That part he wasn't looking forward to. Being from the state of Washington meant he'd never had to deal with the kind of winters Pennsylvania experienced. He filed that in the category of new experience to evaluate and wouldn't judge until then. Although having to rely on clothing to stay warm wouldn't be fun. The woman in the front said something about the building he didn't pay attention to. He had little interest in them or what they were for, and far more interested in how the campus felt the magic that ran through it. It was complex, and to his magical sense, had something of a green tint to it. Not every caster affected their magic the way he and his grandmother did. Hers was this vibrant red, his a more subdued blue. His dad didn't have a color. The few times he'd bothered casting anything, his magic was weak, barely existent. He told Christopher that he'd had anger about it when he was a young man, but accepted it wasn't for him. He could reliably keep his coffee warm and his beer cold, and that was enough. Christopher couldn't imagine being so weak that controlling temperature was the most he could do. Magic was so much more than that. It was the sky and the earth, the real and the surreal. Magic was everything in a way he often felt the world of science wasn't. Science took struggle to explain things, while magic just did them. It took studies and practice to do it well, to not burn himself or others out, but he didn't mind hard work with the potential magic brought. Magic wasn't as strong inside the building. The magic wasn't as strong inside the building. Something about movement, he thought. He wasn't overly familiar with those kinds of magic. His family had been enforcers and protectors, so his spell repertoire was toward those. He could bring up a shield that would stop an out of control SUV with barely any thought or gestures. Had done so the previous summer, in fact, saving a family. His grandmother had been so proud of him and so scared. Jacksonville still loomed over everyone who wasn't normal, even if the talks of registration and internment weren't heard anymore. The large room they stepped into got his attention, not because of the tables throughout the dining room, but because of the food counters. He'd read about how Harker's cafeteria offered restaurant quality food instead of the usual high school fare, but he'd expected that to mean higher quality, not actual restaurant, plural, or higher class of the food court type. He doubted they had servers to deliver the food here. He had considered looking into it if he could work in he had considered looking into if he could work at the cafeteria after reading about it. His grandmother covered his tuition and all his expenses, but he hadn't wanted to have her to pay for his leisure purchases. Now that he saw the more actual restaurants, it was no longer a passing interest. A woman filled a display with drink bottles under the sign Calderones. So he had it for her. Excuse me. She turned. Yes. She was pretty. Blonde hair, cut short, blue eyes, and a heart-shaped face. She was around his mother's age, so late 30 or early 40s. His mother was 41, 3 years older than his father. Can students work here? She considered him. Do you have experience? I've worked summers and weekends at my grandmother's restaurant since I was 12. Last summer, my mom and her started teaching me the recipes, and I prepared some of the appetizer this summer. I mainly did food prep, washing dishes, and moving stuff about. She smiled. So you were basically a sous chef. Probably not even that. What's your name? He offered his hand. Christopher Woodward. She shook it. Joanne Cole. What's your grandmother's restaurant? Incanteria Romilor, he said, and she stared. Sorry, it's Romani. Roma's delight is what it translates into. We make traditional Romani food. Okay. I guess that it means you'll have to learn our recipes then, if I took you. I haven't said yes yet. He nodded. I'm willing to put in the work. He took his phone and brought up his schedule. She looked at it and raised an eyebrow. Part-time? Looked again. What are those red blocks, those blocks in red? They're why I'm part-time. I have outside obligations. And what are you studying? Hospitality? Accounting for now. I'll probably add management when I'm through most of that. My dad handles that right now, and I figure I'll take over at some point. You figure, or you decided for you? Oh no, it's my decision. I want to make sure the restaurant survives. She went back to studying his schedule. How do you feel about working through your lunches? Those are when we're the most busy. I'll provide the meal, of course, and you will be paid for your time. I don't take advantage of my employees. I can do that. You don't have any classes or obligation until 8 in the morning. Would you be okay coming in around 5? The delivery truck comes in at that time, and I haven't found someone to handle unloading it yet. I'll be happy to. She nodded, then took out her phone. She scrolled, then his phone beeped, and he looked at the form. Filled that, then send it to the administration. The link's at the bottom. Be sure to get your parents' approval because they'll check. The school's strict about how we how we treat student employees. Once you've received the approval, come in and we'll finalize things. He nodded, looking at it. His hours were included, so convincing his dad might be tough. But his mom was used to waking up at 3 to get things going at the restaurant. Ultimately, so long as he showed he could keep his grades up in both curriculum, he was confident he'd be okay with this. Thanks. September 1st. I'm off, he told his blear-eyed roommate as he rushed out the door. He wasn't late, but he didn't want to risk it on his first day of work. The boss was on time and he swiped his phone. He was the only one on, so he dropped onto the bench and placed his bag between his legs. He had his first accounting class in the morning. It let him off in front of the Carl Sagan building, and he walked into the empty halls. After the crowds of the previous week, only passing the occasional janitor in their red and black jumpsuit gave the hall the eeriness of a bad horror movie. The dining hall was busier, with the restaurants getting things ready. Joanne saw him and smiled. Early, I like that. It's easier for me to wait on you than have you wait on me. More people your age need to adopt that attitude. Come on. At the back, she opened the door to a small lounge. You can leave your bag here. When you have a jacket, the closet's over there. The closet's there. I don't expect you'll need breaks since you're part-time, but in case you need one, the coffee machine's on the counter. So long as you don't go overboard, you're welcome to it. He placed his pack on the couch. Thank you. He carried a packet of the tisane his grandmother made. He preferred them to tea or coffee. She led him to a large room, then opened the freezer. Also very large. Freezer, she said. Dry storage. Took it in. Seems large for one restaurant. That's because it's for the 7 of us. She pointed to the colors to the door on each side, leads to the others. I have the central location, so I see to the deliveries. She grinned. Well, you do. What's the system? How do I know what goes where? She pointed to the colored cards. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet were green. The rainbow. 7 restaurants, so it made it easy to assign colors. A vehicle honked, and that'd be John. She led him to a rolled door and raised it, revealing the back of a delivery truck. She took him outside, and the truck turned out to be an 18-wheeler. Hey, John, she called as the overweight man exited the truck. Joe, good to see you. Who's your friend? John, meet Christopher. He'll be in charge of unloading you going forward. The man offered his hand. Pleasure to meet you, Chris. He shook it. It's Christopher. I don't like being called Chris. Too many people add a T to it. Understanding lit the man's eyes. No speaking the Lord's name in vain. The Lord's name in vain. I get it. That worked just as well. So long as he didn't have to be referred to by the representation of the church, he was happy. He knew he couldn't attribute all the things magical people had suffered over the ages to the Catholic Church. A large number of them had been inflicted by secular organizations, but with how widespread it was and how visible it made itself, they couldn't blame him for being an easy target. John handed Christopher a tablet. That's the manifest. As you take stuff up, tap it. Wouldn't it be easier to send it to my phone? Maybe use a bar scanner? Oh, I have no doubt, he chuckled. But I'm not in charge of how things are done. When you'll have tapped the last one, I'll be notified and come back. I'm going across the road for my breakfast. Christopher tried to visualize where, across the road, the men might get breakfast. There was nothing but trees and grass until the cliff and the road at the bottom of it. He had to use it as a figure of speech. What if there's a mistake? You're on the ball. Good. Then you press and hold and a pop-up will appear where you can note what doesn't match. But put that crate aside. Put that crate aside so I can go over it. The company's terrified of the customer will try to screw us, so I'm not allowed to take your word for it. He nodded and scrolled through the long list. Is there an order? The backs at the top, and I go down the list, and as I go into the trailer, in theory, yes, but that's never followed reality in my experience. So don't be surprised if things don't always match up. What you've processed will be removed, so it should make finding what's mixed up easier. And that means I need to be sure it's okay before I tap it, or we're stuck with a mistake. John chuckled. Undo button at the bottom. If you make a mistake, tap that. Christopher looked down, and it was rather obvious. Any other questions? The man asked, and he shook his head. Good. Let me unlock the trailer so you can get started, and I can go have breakfast. He came in with them, uncovered the thumb reader, and placed it on while tapping a code. The rolled door unlatched, and he pulled it up. And the humidity condensed as it met the cold air in the trailer. Have fun. There's the holder for the tablet, Joanne said, motioning to the wall. The crates are color-coded, although that's not always on the visible side, she said, annoyed. In theory, they're ordered, red at the back. She tapped the crate with the red card on it, then yellow and so on. But like John said, she tapped an indigo card. Theory doesn't survive reality. So pay attention. When you place them, make sure the card's visible. When we're in the middle of lunch isn't when we have the time to figure out if one crate is my stuff or someone else's. It's refrigerated, so you don't have to rush, but also don't dally. Does all of that go in the freezer? Only those with that large F on them. The rest goes in regular storage. He took the highest crate and pulled it out. He had to raise it slightly. Then it slid. The foam covering the plastic handles wasn't cold, which surprised him. The crate was roughly a foot and a half long, one deep, and around the same in height. Are the crates standard? Yes. When you've emptied the trailer, those stack of folded crates go back in. The dolly is there. All right. If I have any problem, I'll message you. Good. Then I'll leave you to work. Lunch was a different experience. He spent it going from the kitchen to the heated display, placing plates and not noting what the empty spots. Occasionally, he had to grab a student's order who'd use the app to place it and hand them that, but otherwise, it was a constant back and forth of moving plates. He didn't mind it, but he was glad he hadn't taken this job hoping to learn how to cook the food. Why heroes? The man standing before the podium asked. I don't mean why? I don't mean why do we have them? I mean, why does anyone decide to become one? He pointed. Yes, because they're good people? The man chuckled. If only. You'll find that on the whole, heroes are no better than your average citizen. Some aren't even better than the villains they fight. Aren't those vigilantes? Someone asked. Vigilante is a term the government chose and tailored so they could slap it on anyone they don't like performing acts of heroism. Who here remembers Roadrunner? She was a speedster in the 90s, someone said. Good. Where's she today? Christopher shared the other's confusion. He remembered watching a clip of her in action, her white, blue, and yellow costume leaving colored streak behind her as she zipped between cars chasing a bank robber or something. He didn't remember that part. It had been old, on a show looking back to previous centuries or something. No one? Any idea why you haven't heard anything about her since '03? She retired? That's one way to describe it. Roadrunner uncovered a secret experiment project run by DARPA and exposed them. You didn't hear about it because it's the military, and back in the 90s, they were still able to keep the internet out of their affairs. Unfortunately, they were breaking laws, so they had to be shut down, but within weeks, she was branded a vigilante. By whom precisely, no one knows. But all of a sudden, that's all the media talked about her. About how she took the law into her own hand. Any support she had from law enforcement vanished. Her good deeds became glory-seeking acts. She hadn't changed, but all of a sudden, everyone's perception of her did. She was no longer the hero. She was the troublemaker, the attention seeker. So, yes, she retired because she couldn't stand how she was treated. Is that what we can expect? Someone asked. I don't know, but I can tell you that labels are weapons, and labels can be changed at the moment's notice and without you being consulted. But we wandered off. Why do people decide to become heroes? Christopher raised his hand. Yes? Duty. Please elaborate. He swallowed, filling eyes on him. Some people feel a duty to become heroes. They have power, so they have to use them. For some, it's part of their heritage, like him. Those who came before them were heroes, or so they have to be heroes as well. But do they have to? The man asked. You aren't wrong that duty can drive some, but my question is, do they have to follow that duty? Do you have to follow that duty? I want to, he answered without hesitation. Why? Because he never thought about it. His grandmother wasn't a hero in the sense that she put on a costume and went out saving the world, but she used her magic to protect and take down threats. Because it's who I am. It's who my family is. We don't stand by and let bad things happen. You're asking if we have to follow our duty. For me, it's an easy yes. It's who I am. Even if I don't make it here, I'm going to be out there doing what I can to keep people safe. Thank you, Mr. Woodward, Christopher Woodward. Thank you, Mr. Woodward. You're in a representation of one of the reasons why we have heroes. Can someone give me another? Fame? Someone hesitatingly said. Oh, dear God, the man said, hanging his head. You have no idea how much it shames me to say that. Yes, fame drives far too many of us to put on costume and go out there far too often and far too often make a mess of things. Christopher Street. Had the man just implied he was a hero? To be clear, not everyone who gets into this for the fame does a bad job of it. Hollywood Highlight comes to mind. No one took him seriously, and with a name like that, I can't blame them. But year after year, takedown after takedown, he showed that he took the job of hero seriously. He simply did it with a side of glory seeking. It helped that the talk show love him. But I hope none of you are here seeking glory because from what I've been told, they're going to be 4 grueling years. And that concludes Christopher's chapter for August 27th. And as the date proceeds, that's going to be moved around. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's on my website as well as my Patreon. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Wait a minute. Why is there no music? Huh. One, why is there no music? Two, why did it take me this long to notice this? That's interesting. I mean, I know why I didn't hear it, because it's very soft for me in the background. And I do tend to tune it out. But I should have noticed the bars weren't moving on the... Meh. Oh, wait a minute. Did I? No, I did not do that. Wait a minute. of course. You don't have to come, you know, Eric said, walking through the downtown crowd. I'd like to be present when you were born this time, Anita replied, her lips trembling with in an effort not to smile. He rolled his eyes. I'm already born. He didn't add anything. She'd been teasing him about his rebirth since he told her. No amount of reminding her he was alive, no amount of showing her, would stop her. You get to be reborn. Not many people can say that. At least 2 can, according to Detective Goth. Came back from the dead. Zombies aren't the same thing as newborns. You should treat them with a bit more respect, Eric said, uneasy about how flippant she was. Come on, relax. The cow put her arm around his waist and pulled him close. I'm sorry, but the idea they came back from the dead is amusing. And it's not like they're going to know I said it. She paused. Unless one of them was a very powerful telepath with enough paranoia to listen to everyone's mind in case they are thinking about him or her. Do you know if either of them are furry? If either of them are furry? He shook his head and looked at the park on his left. He saw the statue of Matthias Wilson through the trees with kids running around it, families seated at the picnic table enjoying the cool day. We can go after if you want. He just was following his gaze, or we can go back to my place and forget about this. He sighed. That obvious, huh? You've been pretty quiet. Usually you'd be telling me about what things were back in your youth, which building you remember, which ones change. I figured you'd been downtown a time or two before you enlisted. Twice, but not this part of it. Well, Bright Morning Park was erected to honor Matthias' sacrifice back in the mid-400s when... I know the story, Eric chuckled. Even in the swamp, they teach history. That's better, but I mean it. If you don't want to do this, we don't have to. But if I don't, the next time I get tangled with some powered or techer trying to take over the world, Goth said he'd arrest me too. Then we'll just have to make sure you don't get involved in that. He narrowed his eyes at Anita. Who are you and what have you done with my girlfriend? My Anita insists I do everything I can to help people. She laughs at me each time I go for a walk and end up saving the world, but she doesn't tell me to stay home. It doesn't happen every time, she replied. You went to get milk yesterday and nothing happened. He eyed him. Right? Nothing did, but every previous time it wasn't something I planned. He had considered it, remaining non-existent, as he told Detective Goth. There was a comfort in not existing, but he wanted to build a life with Anita, and he didn't know how well that would work if only one of them legally existed. Then we can go for a walk in the park to celebrate your rebirth. Eric rolled his eyes. I'm not... You know what? Never mind. Just don't even think about trying to get me into diapers. He smiled. Although I think I'd enjoy you breastfeeding me tonight. That's a deal. He took Anita's hand in his and squeezed it. He pointed to a store on the other side of the street where lined with others. It was a clothing chain his father had shopped at. At the intersection over the lower building, he saw the lightnings lining the roof of the Grand Lightning Hotel. That's when I knew I was home, he told Anita, when they became visible in the distance. You're not the only one. Did you know that anytime military personnel come back from time away, their transport stops at the city limit and they all step out to look at the skyline? For as long as the hotel's been standing, it's been calling our people back. Wonder what did before that, Eric mused. The amazing food, Anita replied, rubbing her ample stomach. The amazing food, Eric agreed, rubbing her ample stomach. They turned the corner, continuing along the park, and the lightnings disappeared behind buildings. Within the park, the trees lightened as they neared the official entrance, and facing it stood the squat building housing the central precinct. They ran across the street during one of the rare lull in traffic. Eric paused at the bottom of the stairs, watching men and women walk through the double doors, human and furries, at least one powered by her glowing fur. The Tyrannus police served everyone. Even back in his youth, it had been its proud call. Of course, in reality, everyone wasn't always everyone. The swamp had the smallest precinct. Even now, the poor district was barely able to afford to pay its officers. But as a whole, TPD did have a better reputation than many other police departments. So Eric was willing to give them a break and put the blame on the swamp being ignored on the politician's lap. Still not too late to change your mind, Anita said. I'm doing this. Eric walked up the step. I called him saying I'd be here today. I can't really not show up and have him waste his time. Somehow I doubt he's sitting at his desk, swishing his tail, wondering when he'll show up. I guess we're about to find out. He entered the building's lobby and headed for the information counter, where a man in the yellow and uniform finished with the previous person as Eric stepped to the line. Welcome to Central Precinct. How can I help you? Eric Clarkson. I'm here to see Detective Goth. Do you have an appointment? No, but I did call him to let him know I'd be coming today. Give me a moment. The officer spoke on the phone for a few seconds. If you'll have a seat, the detective will be right over. The wait lasted 5 minutes. Then the jackal stepped through the door. Mr. Clarkson, it's a pleasure to see you again. They shook hands. And who is this? Anita Isaac. She answered, offering the detective her hand. I'm his lawyer. My girlfriend, Eric added quickly. Annie's my girlfriend, who happens to be a lawyer. I'm Fred Goth, the jackal said, shaking Anita's hand. Eric isn't in trouble, as I explained to him. This is more a formality to ensure he doesn't get in trouble. He paused. In more trouble than he seems to get into. He rubbed his muzzle. That didn't come out right. It's okay, he chuckled. She knows all about my curse. His gift, she corrected. The detective smiled. If you'll follow me. He led them to a Spartan office with papers on the desk. Just go over the forms, sign them, and I'll issue your identification and you'll be able to go on with your day. The jackal returned. What if we have questions? Anita asked. I can stay if you prefer, the detective Goth said. Don't you have cases to handle? Eric asked, giving Annie the evil eye. The man had a job to do, and it wasn't spending it babysitting them. I put myself on desk duty today. Unless something major happens, all I'm doing is paperwork, and that can wait. So we're your excuse to get off doing it? Anita asked, tone severe. Annie, Eric warned in exasperation. The jackal chuckled. It will have to be done, but the only deadline is by the end of the day, he added with a grin. Counselor. And I enjoy doing that part, so I won't look for ways to get out of it. You enjoy doing paperwork? Anita narrowed her eyes, detective. Isn't there a law against that? You'd know more than I would, wouldn't you, counselor? She nodded and continued before Eric could stop her. I do have a question, a serious one this time. How will Eric returning to life affect his tax status? From what he told me and what I read, you aren't issuing him a new identity. You're changing his status from dead to alive on his old one, right? The jackal motioned to the chairs before sitting himself. That's correct, but I'm afraid that isn't an area I'm familiar with. Eric is my first resurrection. He's the first in 20 years. I checked. How about back pay? Back taxes? Back pay he'll have to take up with the army. Back taxes, I don't see why that would be a problem. We're not saying he never died. We're simply that as of today, he returned to the living. How about my status with the army? You said the builder divisions no longer exist and there are laws protecting me on that side. But am I an active member again? Can they show up and force me to take part in whatever war is going on? We're not at war with anyone that I'm aware of, but no, they can't force you back in. You'll be marked as having ended your enlistment in good standing, he indicated the pile of paperwork. Obviously, I'd avoid mentioning how you jumped in time, as this will be shared with them, and the consequences of that might lead to scrutiny you don't want, but otherwise the worst you can expect is being hounded to re-enlist. You told them about what you built? Anita asked, rubbing the space between her bushy eyebrow. I have to coach you into how to answer questions, Eric. Never volunteer information. Eric shrugged. He's an officer of the law. I wasn't going to lie to him. Not lie, Eric. Not volunteer. The jackal smiled and looked around the room. Eric did the same, trying to identify what he's searching for. I'm looking for cameras, Fred said. There aren't any. This is an unused office, not an interrogation room. And he was right for two reasons. The first one being more important, in my opinion. It's not because someone has a badge that they are trustworthy. We have problems with corruption as much as anyone else. Another detective might have taken what you told me to one of the corporations instead of asking you to file these. You didn't exist, so you can't have been disappeared if one day Miss Isaac can find you anywhere. The second is more for you if you get into trouble if you do get in trouble, that you might want to keep in mind. I'm not bound by any law not to lie. If I believe you've committed a crime, I can say just about anything to get you to admit it. I'm certainly not required to correct you if you misinterpret my words or intention. But your job is to enforce the law, Eric stated, narrowing his eyes. There are no laws against lying. The jackal smiled. Just don't like it when you do it. And once we enter an interrogation room, we're given more leeway as to what we can get away with. Not physical violence, obviously, not now that the cameras are controlled remotely, but just that should tell you how far some detective have gone for a confession. I get the sense that you will end up sitting in one, eventually, so you might want to follow Miss Isaac's advice. Eric looked at the jackal, stunned. That's a lot more candid than I expected, Anita said. Detective Goth smiled. I like Eric. I think he can do a lot of good for the people in this city, but not everyone in the precinct likes it when people get involved in stopping crimes. I don't get involved, Eric said. At least I don't do it on purpose. But you aren't the kind of man who can simply walk away, for which I'm thankful. There is at least one child who has been reunited with his parents because of you. But we have to deal with the likes of Captain Science, who causes as many problems than he solves, Black Hole, who seems to try to do the right thing, but his power causes property damage on a scale we don't like seeing, and a bunch of others. To be honest, I think the protectors are the cause. With the country approving them, it gives the impression that anyone who can sue or build a costume can just go out and do the police job for us. It gets far too many of them killed. The jackal shook himself. That's just to say that if you want to be careful, I won't always be the one talking with you. And the next detective to question you might decide you'll be less trouble for everyone if they can manage to throw you in jail. Anita snorted, which earned her a look from Eric and Detective. I'm sorry. Eric, in prison, surrounded by men up to no good. Does that sound like a recipe to avoid trouble to you? Fred nodded, lips quirking into a smile. I guess that's the best reason to ensure you don't end up in a prison then. We do need them to remain standing. I don't blow up everything, Eric grumbled. Didn't blow up that last one. I believe Miss Clarkson did more than I believe that Miss Clarkson did more of the Tecker work, the detective said. Why would that be? Eric rubbed his face. Because I was terrified of what I'd do if I tried, he admitted. Okay, so I need to practice keeping my mouth shut. Unless you have other questions, I'll leave you to fill out these, the detective said, then left. The next 2 hours were spent reading and signing forms, providing details where asked. How did you die? One gave him pause. Eric ended up writing, I didn't. I was transported through time through an unknown means. Anita did most of the reading, ensuring there were no legal traps, adding clauses where she felt they were needed for his protection, grumbling about the language being out of date. The last time someone filled these might have been 20 years ago, but listening to her complaints, Eric got the sense they were first written at least 100 years before that. Anita wasn't happy by the time she had Eric put the last signature. Then the precinct legal representative scowled as he noticed the additions and sat to go over them, glaring at Anita now and then. The two of them got into arguments in a language Eric didn't understand, even if he did understand the individual words. Legalese was not a language he'd ever intended to learn. Another 2 hours later, Eric and Anita were left the precinct with his new citizen card in hand. This one was plastic instead of the laminated paper he'd been issued when he turned 18. It felt strange. Nothing had changed, he reminded himself, and yet just about everything had. Now, anyone who looked into him could find out who he was, where he'd come from. What if some reporter decided to run a story on him? What was he going to do about when the army came calling? Because they would, he had no doubt. Once they were informed he was alive again, they'd look through their records and see the things he'd built for them. They might even have schematics of the bomb that had transported him through time. There might be laws protecting him now, but he wasn't deluded himself into believing those would stop the army from doing all they could to convince him to re-enlist. It's not the end of the world, Anita said. Now you can find a proper job. I might not have a choice. I don't know if Milton can still pay me under the table with this. How about you put this away and we go celebrate your resurrection? She offered. What are you suggesting? The garden's nearby. I heard a lot of good things about it. Eric shrugged. He didn't know the name. It might be a vegetarian place by the name, but Annie wouldn't suggest a... Holy cow. He didn't know it. It might be a vegetarian place by the name, but Annie wouldn't suggest one she didn't think he'd enjoy. Sure, lead the way. Alright, I'll have to finish that later this afternoon. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. I will be back in roughly an hour, and I hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. This afternoon it is chapter 1 of book 14 of Monster and Batman. Hello, Angel. I do not have a title for this book. How are you doing, Angel? Hello, Zatara. You made it through another week. Very cool. Let's see. And all right, so chapter 1. Having a few quiet minutes. Enjoy. Enjoy. So this is an Alex point of view. Let's change the icon. Watching Celebrity Family Feud. Cool. I hope you enjoy. They're funny. Cool. I remember watching Celebrity Family Feud when I was a kid. Well, a kid. When I was younger. I remember sort of finding them amusing, but they were mostly there. That and other game shows are mostly there in the background, I think. I remember watching The Price is Right kind of religiously. Hey, Akla. Welcome back. How are you doing today? You are doing fine. Very cool. I am doing well. Thank you very much. The quiet time is over. Enjoy the company of your daughter. How was the writing this morning? It didn't really happen. It was a read and correct. Unless that was for Angel, at which point, I don't know. Ah. So how was the recording? The recording went well. Fixed a few mistakes. More than a few in certain cases. Enjoy the lurk. He's off exploring the house. Is that a safe thing to let happen? He's keeping an eye on her. That's good. It's good of him to help. You had a blackout in the morning? That sucks. Well, ooh, and it's hot. Like, how hot is it? How warm is it for you today? Half an hour, 6 a.m. (81 Fahrenheit). (27). Okay. It's warm. Well, I mean, it's hot, but right now here it's 35 Celsius. And it's gonna go up another couple of degrees before it starts going down again. And you guys went up to 34. Okay. Right. You are in the late afternoon slash evening. Actually, you're in the evening right now. So it makes sense that it's cooler. Yeah, yeah, this evening for us, this evening is gonna be in the low 30s, and it's gonna drop to about 24 overnight. There's the game France versus Spain. Good luck. Good luck to them. May the best kicker win. Yes, I do care that little about it. I am not a sports person. Doing or watching. So we're finally, it's almost over. It's almost over. Very cool. Soon it will be done. Thursday, that will be Cool Imp again. He is currently the only one availing himself of my services. And the week after that, well, there's nobody at this point, but I expect it's going to be Cool Imp again. Unless somebody takes the spot. It's not about me, it's about what people want. The reward is there. If you want me to read your story, you know the process. Alrighty. All right, so I've got Thursday 23rd of July. Does that work for you, Angel? All righty. Well, you definitely need to start writing. Alrighty, you have been added to the schedule. She's done exploring, he brought her back. Well, there was a little bit of peace and quiet. Are you kidding me? I did not give your names? I could have sworn I'd found names for them and gotten. We only have 2 lobbies, then we'll go to Game of Tome. Okay, I need to make sure to have this song somewhere because I'm gonna need to refer it. I'm almost certain. And I am going to bring the stream to an end. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step. And in the afternoon, the Hunter's Creed. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will